Okay, let's continue. So yesterday we got some detail here. It runs so much better once you close the project and open it again. It's feeling way better now. Okay, just gonna give it a couple more. I'm gonna make a couple more connections so we don't have like floating pipes and stuff like that. It's looking very cool. So let's start with that. Let's generate polygroups here. And then I'm going to just push this to the other side. We need to add a little console command. Modeling.polyedit.edge limit, and we want to rise this up to maybe 100,000. So we can now stretch this out a little bit. So it connects into the wall. Then I want to go to UVs, transform UVs, and unstretch this a little bit. That's kind of nice. Then we're gonna replace all these other pipes with the one that we just modified. So all of them connect to the wall. Oh, these are different. All of these we're gonna replace right here. Boop. Now they touch the wall. Nice. We're gonna do the same here. And we're gonna push those pipes into the wall, just so everything makes a little bit more sense. right there. Kind of cool. And we're gonna unstretch a little bit that texture that we stretched out. Then for these pipes on top of here, we wanna delete some of this stuff and just leave the metal pipe here. And I believe this one. That's a little better. Just unstretch those textures, and we're gonna get rid of these pieces here, because I do like the pipe, but not the other stuff. Okay, that's very cool. Okay, now everything starts making a little bit more sense. Everything's connected somewhere. And these ones right here. Let's make a little copy of this. Just save everything. I'm gonna generate polygroups based on connected trees, and that way we're gonna be able to delete more easier these other pieces. Hey, I'm building a sci-fi environment. This is some kind of energy facility. So I'm making the exterior, which is like very industrial. Now I'm modifying some pipes, so they make sense. For example, this prop right here, this is supposed to be placed on the ground, but since we have it up here, I wanna get rid of some of these pieces. So once we generated polygroups, we can go to Model, Poly Edit, and try to get rid of this piece right here. We don't want that, since this is gonna be a floating pipe. We can get rid of that, and I think it's gonna look very nice. These pieces right here we don't need. Also these. Right there, those are not needed. Okay, cool. I think that's pretty clean. And we're gonna do the same on the other side. Right here. So we can have this pipe actually standing up, attached to other pieces. This is actually a very cool piece, but it's okay. Let's get it. This is also gonna save a couple polygons, which doesn't really matter. That's kind of cool. And we're gonna get rid of this one here. Hey, how's it going? just cleaning up some pipes here. Because I want to have them up here, and this is kind of like these are designed to be on the floor, but we're gonna modify them so we can actually have them floating. Just gonna double check and hide some stuff in there, because I probably missed a couple of pieces. And once we get this one clean, we can just replace all the other ones, and that way it's gonna be super nice. Oh, look at that, I deleted the texture. Oh, that's interesting. And I think it's pretty clean. Now this pipe here, it's number 4, so we want to replace it with this one. Actually, with all of them. I'm gonna select all of them. I believe we got like not so many. Nice. Now we don't have that concrete thing holding them. Hey, how's it going? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Just woke up and jumped into Unreal. What genre of game you want to make? That's a good question. I really want to make some kind of like a horror game, but thinking about this, it might be more of a kind of like zombie alien game, a little bit more like action based. We might have parts, sections where things are a little bit more kind of like dark, and you know, have some jump scares and make it like more like suspense and stuff like. But to be honest, I think with what I have now, I love the mountains in the far horizon. Okay. Yeah, with what I have right now, it's more like a kind of like an action shooter game. So I'll see. Let's see if we can open up the first area. I might need to have it activated here. So it loads. So when you open this door, it loads the door, the room inside. There you go. So yeah, I got some enemies and some stuff going on, but kind of wanna see if I make it more like a zombie or more like a kind of like a making it like a stealth game, kind of like it's a little harder, to be honest. This gun is a little bit too overpowered. I made it a little bit too too strong. I'm using a bunch of assets. I'm kind of like building a Lego, putting stuff together. This is supposed to load before we open the door, actually. So yeah, this goes into like several rooms, and I'm gonna have maybe some puzzles in here, and like I have a water system where you can swim and stuff, and you have like there's oxygen, so there's a couple of systems that I would like to implement into the level. There's this other thing, we got like a toxic gas and gas masks, so there's a bunch of stuff that I could implement into this to make it more interesting. So I'm trying to finish the level and just jump into gameplay and try to make the enemies work properly and all the hard stuff. Yeah, it's kind of hard to decide what to do, because I'm trying to work with what I have, but at the same time, I was listening to this podcast on game design from the Choo Choo Charles, game developer, and he's like, he was talking about just killing a lot of enemies, like this kind of like games where you just go around and kill a bunch of enemies that are not really a threat. They're not really a threat to the player. So there's not really like this. There's not like a big emotional response. It's like, oh, more enemies to kill. These guys don't do much. They're not like a game changer, right? So I was thinking, how can we make it so the enemies are a little bit harder and each encounter it's more meaningful? It's just not like, oh, another alien, another guard, let's just kill it. So I was thinking making them a little bit harder and trying to figure out in what ways we can make it more interesting. One thing I was thinking about is like slow motion. I really like the Fallout kind of like thing where you aim the head and you get like a bigger percentage of like a headshot, and you aim the arms and you get a lower percentage of damage. So kind of like a slow motion kind of mechanic. I will really like that. Since the game is gonna be like very like graphically intense, I believe this might make it cool. Yeah, I fixed that thing. Let me see if I can show you. So let's unload the outside and let's load the research facility and let's activate it. This is very heavy. This room is the heaviest in the whole scene. I'm just very impressed on how is my computer able to deal with this stuff. It's activated. Oh, that's the research facility. Oops. We need to activate the cryo chamber room. Yeah, this one. This one is the heaviest. It has glass, water, fog, a crazy amount of enemies, and what else? It has a lot of things. Like a perfect dodge, kind of like a Warhammer 40k, that would be very cool. I do like that mechanic a lot. I'm terrible at it though. It's kind of funny. Like I'm terrible at games. um, but that could be very interesting. Another thing I would like to add, to be honest, it's something I really enjoy in games. It's like a charge attack. Imagine having like a where is it? Is it here? Okay, here we go. There you go. And this works better with this lighting. So let's show some frames per second. So yeah, I was thinking like it would be very cool to have like a laser gun that you can like charge and like release like a huge beam, kind of like a Mega Man kind of thing. I will really like that stuff. And then your weapon you have like these charges of energy that like ammunition that you need to like replace. That'll be very, very cool. Because now we have this kind of like enemy AI that it's not bad, but it still needs a lot of work to work properly. There's no nav mesh here, so I would like to hit the enemy in the face and like I would like the head to explode. I'm not really sure how to do that, but I got a socket placed to the head, and I wanted to, the weapon to do more damage. And I've seen other people make the socket of the head go to 0 in scale, so it looks like the head disappears, and then you have like a Niagara effect popping up from there, like this kind of like green stuff popping from the head. That would be so nice. But I really have no clue how to do that. That's why I wanna like push the level, so it's almost there. I think we're getting close. We're getting close to a very good spot where I don't where I can just focus on the logic. Yeah, these guys, I was messing with the behavior tree, and they used to defend themselves like this, and they are based on like a token system. So they're like they attack and defend themselves, and there's a delay between those actions, so it looks kind of strange. I want to make them more like zombies. I just want them to run at you all the time, no matter if they're getting shot or not. And I want them to charge at you, kind of like very, like infected zombies kind of thing. I appreciate it. Yeah, I still don't know how my computer is handling this stuff. I'm so impressed, like seriously. It's kind of crazy. And it's not like I know exactly what I'm doing with optimization. I'm totally sure that somebody who knows about optimization can make this run even better. But I love the water here, like how things look. So I was thinking maybe like you get to this area and you need to explode this cryo chamber room, and then you plant some explosives, and then you need to run from one of these big dudes that come out of the hey, you're supposed to attack me. Yeah, the AI enemies, that's the most difficult thing to get right. It's gonna take me a lot of work to get them functioning properly. So I was thinking maybe one of these guys just breaks out of its cryo chamber thing. One of these huge humanoid crab thing. And I got some bubbles, underwater bubbles, so I want to add some bubbles into the cryo chamber. So one of these guys breaks out, and you need to run from it. So there's gonna be like a chase scene. and you will see the guy coming here like. It will be so cool to actually have like a 4-leg character. I do have some crazy other creatures. The thing is that I will need to make the animation blueprint for them, which is a little bit more complex. But I would like a 4-legged creature kind of like crawling through these walls, and you need to like run from it. And here's an elevator that is actually upstairs because we just spawned down here. But yeah, that's what I got. I got a bunch of other rooms here that are unloaded, but it's a very big. Don't get a crash. No, we might get a crash. Yep. Oops. For some reason, when I make very fast camera movements and use this sand dust, how do you call it, this sandstorm thing, my computer cannot take it. I need to be careful with that. But it's okay, because we're gonna load and unload. It's not like everything's gonna be loaded at the same time. So yeah, this is the template I'm using, the RPG engine. Such a good template. Very complex. I'm trying to learn how to use it. Are there any flying mobs? I do have drones that I'm not sure if I'm gonna make them hostile. I wanna make them kind of like weld and give maintenance to the energy facility, because making flying AI it's tough. I do have a couple of examples to use, but I'm just very new to blueprinting, and I'm more of an artist, so it's kind of hard for me. I would love to have some flying AI, to be honest. Megalodon zombie. I do have a fish, a prehistoric fish character that I would love to use to put in the water. I do have some very cool water character. It looks like a shark, but the mouth is like a turtle. It is very cool, and it has like this thing that glows, like one of those fish that live very deep in the ocean. I wish I can show it to you. It's somewhere in this computer or in the other computer, because this project has multiple versions. Yeah, I got some very cool creatures that I would like to integrate. But yeah, the goal is to finish this environment and just go deep into just logic. Also the UI and stuff, I'm very excited about working on UI. I want to make it look very, very nice. I think my RTX 30 can handle this. I do have an RTX 3080. That's exactly what I got. Exactly what I got. This is the editor, so when you get the build, it runs way better. Like, I'm super impressed on how the performance changed from editor to build. I made a build a couple of days ago. It's like 7 gigabytes, and it just runs so nice. I'm like, what? Like, it's so impressive. Like, seriously, Unreal is so impressive. Because you think you're gonna like get the same performance as in the editor, but no, you get way better performance. The loading times are way faster. The whole thing is optimized a lot more just by making a build. It is very complex. Yeah, my best advice is make something very small, very small, like very tiny. Because it's super easy just to get excited and be like, oh, let's make a whole universe, let's make this huge thing. and things get very overwhelming very quick, and people quit. I I mean, uh, how many projects I mean I did. This is kind of like my second attempt, because I was doing something very similar to this, using another template that I mixed with the advanced locomotion system, that I mixed with the action adventure system, and it just became too messy for life. Like I was not able to deal with it. I was not able to figure out how to deal with so many systems together. It was just too much for me, so I needed to quit that project. And then I worked for other projects, and then I was like, I will never do a game alone. I'm tired of this. This is too much for me. I just want to work for other people, do what they tell me, and do the art and focus on the art and forget about logic and blueprints and so on. And then I found this template, and I was like, let's just make a walking simulator. And then I fell into the trap again of making a game on my own. Yeah, but this time I have way more experience, and I'm like, I'm just gonna use the template. I'm not gonna do any crazy integration. I'm just gonna use what I have. I'm gonna learn what I got, and I'm gonna build on top of this template. I'm not gonna do anything crazy. I'm gonna keep it as simple as possible, and that's kind of like what I've been trying to do. But you always want to just add stuff and make things more complex. So that's my advice. Just keep things very very tiny. Okay, let's see, where can we put this so it makes a little bit more sense. Oh, okay, I see, we got some floating meshes right there. Yeah, I believe just making something small is better. Is better. You will be able to it's that last 10% where you polish things, where you make everything connect together, that is the hardest. And making small projects is very valuable because you get to experience that final stages. So that's the thing. Mainly this project started as me trying to learn optimization. I was like, okay, let's just make a project where the environment is very very complex. I want to see if I can make something as complex as the Forever Winter. Oh, the textures came back. Okay, that's cool. Something as complex as the Forever Winter when it comes to detail. And I'm like, if they can do it in Unreal, I should do it as well. I'm not a industry veteran, and I haven't worked in big studios like those guys are, and I'm not I'm just me, you know. I don't have like a. I'm not sure how big the Forever Winter team is, but they got some serious developers right there, so it's definitely they know what they're doing, right? But I know it's possible to make like something very complex and still make it run. That's the goal. Okay, let's just push this around. And I was thinking about the story. Oh, these are not aligned. Oh, okay. now they are. So it's so easy to get tangled in the details. That's what I really like. But yeah, the goal is to make this area. This is gonna be the first area, and this is the desert basically. Where I have already built other stuff in another version of the project. I was working on the outside areas, but now I just want to focus on this single building. Try to take it to a polished level, meaning that make things interactable, get the enemies working, get the sound going, and see if I can make a small demo just for this, just for this area. Yeah, there's other stuff I got for the outside, which is nice because I made a lot of constructions, like a kit bashing stuff, and I have it saved on another level, so I can just bring it here. Stylized scene like Ghibli, that's all I do every day. I appreciate it. The story of the game, well, it's all over the place for now. It's all over the place, to be honest. The thing is that there was a nuclear war in planet Earth. Your typical Fallout kind of story where humans like blow themselves up, and the survivors kind of like, basically the people who survived, they gather all the resources they had to build this ship, and they sent it to the closest planet to planet Earth, like the closest planet that have like similar conditions to planet Earth, and they started colonizing this planet. And then there are native alien species to this planet, and they basically came here for resources, and they basically inserted like chips, like bio, I forgot the word for this, but like they were like experimenting with these aliens and trying to like insert like chips, like Elon Musk kind of like chips that go into your brain and stuff. So they try to control these alien species and make them like a bio weapon to fight for them as like soldiers. So at the end of the day, like, humans are the bad guys in this story. Basically this native alien species is not hostile, and basically you came here in that ship, in one of those ships, and I was thinking like that your typical ship crash, and then you realize that you're getting kind of like carried away by these aliens, and they take you to this kind of like room where there's like a lot of medical stuff, but then you realize that they just want to harvest your your organs for like the black market, and you get saved by one of the aliens that are not one of the good aliens, and he gives you the mission to come here, and like he starts telling you the story of like, some of the aliens have been modified. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Sorry, guys. Hello? Hello? Yeah? Dove? Dove, tanto. Jesus. Oh, sorry guys. Oh yeah. I think I need to do some paperwork. Fuck. No. This building is not not movable. No. Yeah, some of these areas don't really make sense here. Trying to avoid intersection as much as possible, so things make a little bit more sense. Maybe we can add another module here. How long? It's been a couple of months already. It's been a couple of months. Since I started this project, it started like more like an open environment. I have like a whole desert town and stuff like that. I have some caves, and it also had like a swamp area. So I got a bunch of construction, like a kit bashed areas that I got placed together. So I might bring them here, but like I said, I wanna focus on a smaller area, just so I can make all the make it as functional as possible, and use the mechanics I got in the template. Trying to figure out which one is this one. Oh, I see. Okay, we have a little issue here. Okay. Oh my god, I need to end the stream because I need to do some. I need to fill some documents, some documentation. My bank is asking for some stuff. Oh, I hate banks so much. Oh my god, such a pain. I think I can do it from my home. I don't need to go to the bank. So yeah, let's clean that up. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so annoyed with that stuff. Let's see, here we have this one. Not sure which one is the one that I need to use. Nice, there you go. Okay, cool. Now we can actually walk here. Everything's connected. And here we can probably modify that. And then yeah, the thing about industrial environments is that if you make it make sense, it's just so nice. It just really adds so much to the whole thing. Hey Adam, how's it going? So, for example, here I want to make an entrance to this place. And here we're gonna get model, poly edit, attributes, generate polygroups, find quads. And here we're just gonna push this 10 units. It's not enough. I'm gonna have like 1,000 different models of this thing. But now we have an entrance. Basically, yeah, kind of gonna have it so many different. This really doesn't matter because at the end of the day, I can just merge them into one single mesh. That's the power of static meshes. As long as they're not gonna change, you can get away with a lot of different meshes. It's nice how every time there are less and less restrictions. Texture is stretched, but it's okay. We're gonna use a triplanar material, so it doesn't matter. Something like this. So yeah, the story of the game, it's very all over the place for now, but that's what I was thinking. So basically you end up like making an alliance with the native alien species of the planet, and you try to save it from humans, actually, because humans are taking over this planet. So you kind of like end up changing sites. Which is like what humans do, you know. They go and colonize. Yeah, the thing is that this template, it's a multiplayer template. Like, I could make the game co-op, but I think I'm stepping away from that idea. To be honest, it's really gonna just make everything super harder. But it's at the same time, it's kind of like already built in, so I'm like, oh, still debating that. Actually, not gonna even worry about this here. But it would be so cool to actually make it like at least for 2 players. Those are the... That's probably the most difficult thing about making something alone. You're like, should I do this or should I do that? Very cool room right here. Okay, let's get these ones, and I will try to... I think I'm not cutting the stream, to be honest. I will just try to do it on my other computer. I'm might not take too much time, to be honest. I appreciate you hanging out. Have a great night. I have like 8,000 of these, oh my god. Hey, we got somebody joining the Discord. Okay, I think this is the last one. That makes a little bit more sense. I think before you continue to build, drop nav mesh to check if your AI will run around. Yeah, the thing with the AI nav mesh is that there are several types of nav meshes. There's this thing called cast nav mesh, and that's the one that is giving me problems. Let's see if I can find it. It's called recast nav mesh, and this thing, it's not part of any data layer, so it's always loaded in memory. And I believe, because I have my enemies inside a data layer, they get loaded, but they do not recognize that default recast nav mesh. So it's I think that's the problem. They kind of like spawn in the world, but they don't get activated by the nav mesh. Okay, that's a that's a big piece right there. Ah, we got collisions. Oh my god, yeah, we need to get those collisions. But it's okay. I got the developer of the template. He's gonna help me out with that. That's the cool thing about using templates. Sometimes you get like a sometimes the developers are very helpful, and because they also want their template to work properly. So I've been finding like a lot of little bugs here and there, and he has been fixing everything. So I'm super grateful, and I think he's happy also because like kind of like actually putting the thing to the test. Yeah, it's been very cool. Okay, well, I think I'm going to I need to send some documents. I need to send some emails. Not very happy about it, but I think it's not gonna take me too long, so I kind of wanna just do it here on my other computer. I don't really wanna stop the stream. Maybe I might be able to just find it here. Oh, I think that's it. That's not bad. Okay. Yeah, let's just take it here. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, now I'm just gonna send those files. Okay, nice. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, I thought it was harder than that, but I think that I sent the documents already. Oh, okay, nice. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm just some bank paperwork on the laws in Costa Rica changed, so now they're asking for a bunch of documentation. I transfer some money from one account to another, and they're asking like for a bunch of stuff. Oof. Okay, very stressful stuff, but I think I got it. All right. That's cool. Now let's try to get these things here. To the other side. These kind of like little supports. Ah, I think we already got them there. Nice. This one goes here. Also here. Yeah, this reminds me of building a Lego. I was building one of those Technic Legos. I found a like a knockoff brand, and they look very good. They actually can mix with the original and stuff. And I was building this kind of like camper truck kind of thing, and even following these instructions was so difficult, because you get to build like the whole engine thing and the steering wheel, and then you need to connect it to the main body of the car. I was not able to get it right. It was so hard. What about frames per second? It's been very good. I've been getting very good frames per second. How's it going, Ayo Kelly? Sorry if I read your nickname wrong. What is this thing here? Yep, let's get it here. I'm just gonna squish it a little bit. And then we got these other ones there, the big ones. Oops, I forgot about those big ones. I believe those big ones are these ones. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sense of this. Kind of like, don't want to have like floating pieces and pipes that are not connected. I believe this one goes here. Kind of like this. We got some sea fighting there, but I'm not gonna worry too much about it. That's not really visible from the player perspective. This one, might go here. I think so. Wow. It's funny because like you think it's symmetrical, but it's not. It actually does change a little. Let's push this one somewhere here. But yeah, I'm getting very good frame rate. It's very impressive, to be honest. Like I've noticed that when you place a lot of assets, things get a little bit laggy. But when you close the editor and open it back up, it looks like Unreal kind of like freeze some memory. Like it kind of like unloads some memory, and it just runs way better. For example, I was making a test yesterday, and I was like, this is not running very well. And then I started the project again today, and just kind of like got way better performance. Okay, I think we are done with this. Almost. This one goes around here. These meshes are very low poly. It doesn't look like it, but they're very, very low poly. They're so low poly that I don't want to make them nanite, because they actually don't render nicely with the shadows. I do have some friends who make music. So I got a very cool track that I got from Suno AI. I was like experimenting a lot with AI music, and I got this very, very nice soundtrack. And I'm like, I would love to give this to one of my producer friends. I have two friends who make music, electronic music, and I'm sure they can really work on top of that and make it something nice. Okay, we have this other one. Oops. Maybe here we can let's see. Maybe here we can do something like this. I'm like, to be honest, I'm not against AI. Like, I was experimenting with image to 3D. The results are not so good, but it gives you like a very good proxy mesh to start with. I actually got some very, very good results. I was trying to make like some like a mech scrapyard, kind of like a broken pieces of metal, and I actually got very good results because, you know, now text to AI, image to AI, to 3D, it's giving you this kind of like 3D scanned look where you have a lot of triangles, very bad topology, and it gives you this kind of like rugged edge, kind of like a rusty metal, and it just worked so good for actually making something look rusty. And then I pushed it into Maya, I simplified it, and then I made a auto UV, made a layout, Then I sent it to Substance and I added smart materials, and I got some very interesting results. And I was like, damn, that's not bad at all. It's very heavy on topology, but again, I can simplify it a little bit more and even bake it from high to low. So I was very, very impressed. Then it comes. Then there's like the moral thing is like, am I allowed to make these use these images, where these images that I generated came from and all that stuff. But I think that if you modify it enough, it's kind of like the same as me using reference to model something. But I'm still debating if I want to use AI in this project or not, because I know there's like a very big backlash from people about using AI in games. If I get to use voices, I'm not sure I'm gonna use AI, because voices do sound robotic. It's getting better though, but I think I got some friends who can like make some very cool voices for me. Or I can just go with the comic style approach, just text and images to tell the story without cinematics. Just to be honest, because like that's just gonna take too much work. I can make like very cool renders, very nice single images telling the story in a like a comic style way. That could be very nice. A little bit like how the Forever Winter does it. Like old school video games, you get like a character face and it shows text. Yeah, I also think for prototyping is pretty okay. I believe there needs to be a process. There needs to be a process to it. If you just make something with AI and just drop it like that, it's kind of like that's what I feel like people are against. Like, oh dude, that's just like slop. You just made something with AI and just put it in there without any other modification. But if you add like the human aspect to it, you modify it to your own needs, like I'm doing with these assets. Like I'm kit bashing a lot of stuff together, and it's like, yeah, people will probably say like this is an asset flip, and it is an asset flip, but I'm making something different, from what it was. Like if you go and get this asset pack from big, medium, small, you won't be able to get this construction from there. You will get all the individual pieces, and most of them are modified with the modeling tools. And I do some retexturing as well for some assets, so it's trying to really make something different from what we got. All right, cool. I think we got that. Let's double check if there's nothing floating in there. Okay, we have a big piece floating here. We're gonna fix that one, these two. Some tubes that need to get connected as well. And I mean, if you look at games, like it's not like everything needs to make perfect sense. Everything, like there's always intersection and stuff like that. But I really like it when you can make a little bit more sense of it. Kind of like that's part of the immersive aspect of environments. When things have a functional sense, it's like, oh, okay, those cables go there, oh, those pipes go there, oh, the scale, it makes sense. So that's makes things more immersive. From a time management aspect, definitely it's not very smart, but kind of like it to get this thing. And this is a big module. This thing is gonna get copied over to the other side. So that's, oh crap. Okay, no, we don't want that. Okay, we're gonna modify this one. Привет, Tato. Se poslal și stau de cuenta, so ya necesito un correo desde el 2019 hasta que ya necesito. Okay. That's what we got here. Let's unstretch this texture a little bit. That's kind of cool. So we're getting close. We're getting close to get this environment. Kind of wanna get this and this. Okay, I'm selecting stuff that I don't need to. This. I love the mountains in the background, so nice. Let's push it down and snap to the floor. We're gonna get some funky texture stretching. I see where the problem is. This bevel. That's better. Triplanar textures are the best. Like, you can just stretch things around, modify them, and it's gonna look nice most of the time. What's the easiest way to rig static mesh to Manny skeleton for you? Mixamo. You can rig it with Mixamo or Character Creator as probably the fastest, and then you go and retarget in Unreal. Usually it gets pretty good results. The IK retargeter in Unreal 5.6 is a little different. I got some issues with that one, but I will probably do it with Mixamo. Just get the closest pose to the Mani, which I believe it's A pose or T pose. I think it's A pose, and just place the bones as good as possible. And I think as long as it's a humanoid character, it should give you very good results. Then you can do some weight painting if you need to get it a little better. But that's probably how I will do it. This looks very strange. So we're gonna push it a little bit. Oh, I see, it's grabbing this one. Yeah, let's get it there. That looks very weird, this corner right here. Alright, let's see what else. Definitely. It will be also very cool to try to modify this one. Let's generate polygroups. Phase normal deviation is good. And let's see if we can get maybe let's see where can we stretch this. I think we can probably get it right there. It's gonna be a difficult selection, so we might need to go into left, maybe front. There you go. That looks so cool, this orthographic perspective. And we're gonna go to model poly edit. We're gonna try to see if we can. There's this camera clipping, very hardcore camera clipping, which okay, doesn't affect the selection. That's good. So let's go back to perspective, and now we can just push this into the wall. Ah, we lose all the detail, to be honest. No. Maybe we can try something like something like this. And let's see if we can unstretch that texture so it doesn't look like this. UVs, transform UVs. Let's select all of them. Okay, I see. Transform UV, so let's try it again. One. That's a little difficult to see because it doesn't show me the ones that I'm selecting. But I think we got it. Let's bring it back very carefully. That's better. And then we have another texture which is stretching to the other side. Yeah, these are layered materials, so damn it. In that case, we might not be able to get it. It's okay, let's try something different. Let's just unstretch the one we can. But on all of them, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Unstretch. Very hard to until that triangle looks a little better. Yeah, that looks a little nicer. Cool. So then what we can do is change the material of this by going to attributes, edit materials. We're gonna select all these faces. We're gonna assign add a new material slot. Let's see if I can find the one that I've been using. I'm not sure if I will be able to find it. It's okay. Let's just assign none. Active material none. Assign active material. Toot. And we're gonna get a different material for this. Hello, how's it going, Napiox? The problem with this is that we don't want any stretching on the texture, and I believe we got one of them that does not stretch, and I believe it's called this one. It's this material instance I modified here, and this one I want to add it right there. Yep, kind of works. So we're gonna get it here, and we're gonna put it there. Find the material, the static mesh, and put it here. Poof. And to make sure that this is applied to all the other instances of this mesh, we're gonna open it up and apply it into the static mesh inside the static mesh modifier. I mean the edits, I don't know how to call that thing. But here, poof, now we got it. And I see that we are getting these things there. Oh. I think it's okay. Alright, so I think we got most of the things connected now. Hey Angel, how is it going? I'm doing great. I finally sent some paperwork. My bank was asking for some paperwork, so I finally sent that, and now I can have some fun with Unreal. It really very it's just banks are so stressful. I don't like banks. So I think we got most of things connected. Let's just give it walk through and see. Still, I'm probably still missing some pipes. Thank you. That we could probably make it higher, I guess. Let's try it. Is it connected to anything else? No. We might be able to push this higher. Yeah, I believe those are not connected. Privitato se lo mandé directamente a Manuel Villalobos. Ahorita se lo voy a volver a mandar a usted para que lo tenga. Oh my god, okay. Here, yeah, I think we can go higher, no problem. It works. Let's make this a little bit. Let's push that a little bit into the wall. Just realized this one is also not touching. Alright, that's kinda cool. Let's see. That's way higher. I like that. Now we can actually walk through here. It's a nice view. My mountains are unloaded because they're very far from the character. They are not spatially loaded on the world partition, so they disappear when they're far away. We can change that to have it non-spatially loaded. Okay, we got some funkiness with the collisions here. I'm not sure if the character is supposed to be walking in here. This will be perfect for a sniping mission where you need to like hide in the hills far away and you snipe guards in here. This crane, I want to make it move. That would be so nice. Alright, yeah, I think this makes sense. I mean, at least we don't have anything floating or disconnected. Oh yeah, I forgot about this other structure here. Let's actually get that. Let's make some structure for this. So I'm just gonna copy this one. Let's push it somewhere here. Make a copy. Let's push it, the pivot point to the center. Let's copy X value. Center that thing. Model poly edit. Let's get this face. Holding Ctrl, we snap to this surface. Snap to this surface. And we just push this one. That's kind of cool. Now we're gonna just give it a edit pivots bottom, and then we're gonna UVs, project UVs, box reset to 100, proportional dimensions, and just so the UVs look a little nicer. And oh, I missed a little bit. So we're gonna push it 10 units. 1, 2, 3, 30 units to the outside, kind of like this. Cool. Nice. Now we have something holding those structures. Okay, well, we can also now let's just keep it like that. Yeah, I think we got everything somehow connected. Could probably add something in here, but it's okay. Okay, we got this ray tracing message. That's not a good message. Ray tracing geometry request memory over budget. That's not good. It causes crashes. So this one, should we just push it somewhere here? Okay, the problem here is that we got a couple of pipes that are not connected. Here we have this huge piece of concrete that we might need to push down. It looks kind of cool. This is the area that is not making too much sense. But I think we got most of it. This one we can probably make a little structure to hold it. It would be very cool if these pipes go around this structure. But I think I'm happy with this. I think I'm happy with that for now. What I want to work is on this front of the building, because it looks pretty empty and boring. The entrance is not symmetrical, which might make things look more interesting, but it requires a little bit more work to get it. This is such a crazy structure. Like this was originally designed. I made this kit bash construction for a surface that had like a different slope, like kind of like Mexican pyramid kind of slope, kind of like staircase tilted. So now all these props are just kind of like floating, but it also gives like a very interesting look to just walk underneath this. Very like brutalist architecture, kind of like huge pieces of concrete on top of you. It really feels like it's gonna like just fall down. Here we have some funky stuff happening on the other side, I think. Ah, right here. Like, what is that? Okay, oh, no collisions on that one. It's okay, no, it's not gonna be. Doesn't really need to make total sense. I just really wanna avoid floating stuff and unconnected pipes. Those are the things that kind of like I don't like. So let's see what can we come up with here. Why is this so slow? I see. These are very big pipes. Talking about asymmetry, that kind of looks cool. So what about having this? It'll be very cool to be able to connect back to this. Yeah, I think we can really just cut this piece and put it on the other side. I like this diagonals going in there. Just thinking about like a cool design, then we can actually add some connect the pipes properly. A little closer. Okay. The asset pivot. Okay. So first thing you want to understand is object and world orientation. So if we make a little box here, we can snap it to location 1. So we have this here. So for example, if we make a little tiny box here and we rotate it on 45 degrees, something like that. So here we are on a object orientation, and here we can change to world orientation. So the object orientation is going to follow the rotation given to the object, and the world orientation is going to be aligned to the world. So that way you can change it from one to the other. With control, this little thing underneath the escape key on the top left of your keyboard, changes from one to another. So that's kind of like the first thing. Then if you want to know what's the rotation on a slope or an angle like this, you can simply create a box and snap it to this surface, and that is going to give us the rotation, which is 64. It's going to be 64. So here you can also change to object from you can change from object to world, and sometimes when you modify props, the pivot point is not gonna align very well, so you can always go to Xform, edit pivot, and here you can modify the pivot to your liking. And with this box snapping technique, you are able to find the different angles on which the slope is facing. It sounds a little complex, but it just takes a little bit of practice and you get the hang of it. Definitely this stuff is really helpful. So that's how I found the angle for this, so it looks kind of like they're touching. Okay, these are totally off-scaled. I believe that we can probably make this way bigger. We don't need to have them so small. I kind of like this thing, so I'm just gonna come to modeling, Xform, merge, delete inputs, and create a new object. So in this case, right, like we are going to merge this, and it's gonna get baked. So it's important for me to know what is the angle that the pivot point is located. So I'm gonna just copy this number right here, so I can place the pivot point back in there. Edit pivot. First we're gonna merge this thing, and that's gonna reset the scale, the rotation, and everything in the mesh, and that's gonna make it a little bit harder to move around. So now I can go to edit pivot, and I can add that value back again to the X value. In that case, it's not the X value but the Y, the green. There you go. And I believe it's plus 45. There you go. So now it's aligned. Sometimes you need to add 45 to it, depending on the original orientation of the pivot. And how do you make assets snap to slope on the wall? With the modeling tools, or you can use the this thing called rotate to surface normal, kind of like the foliage tool. So I believe that, yeah, you can put it here, and you see now it's gonna kind of like snap to the orientation. That's another way you can do it. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I think we can make this probably bigger. There's no need to actually have them so small. It feels a little bit off compared to the other ones. Just trying to fill in a bunch of space. We can probably push it out a little. Yep. That feels better. Yeah, definitely. That's a very good thing to know. And there are a lot of other a lot of other tricks like that. That looks very weird. That looks very strange, but let's just keep it there to add some detail. Alright, so next step, I want to work on the exterior area. So we have this thing here. Can probably just get all of that duplicated, push it here. Just to finish the detail. And there's this kind of like a military fence that I want to add around this area. Okay, let's try to see if I can select all of that, group it, hide it. That's a lot of pieces of geometry right there. And let's unhide, shift click, regroup, Ctrl G, and now I want to try to see if we can match this up to the other side. It's barely touching on this side, so let's see. We're gonna make a copy. We cannot really mirror it because it's separated, so we're just gonna rotate and see if we can get it as close as possible to the other one, which I believe we can use actually this as reference. That's better. That's kind of nice. Cool. So we have this. So that's the thing. Like it takes a lot of work to make like one module. Hey, how's it going, Victor 6 Games? I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. I was connecting all of these floating assets with these concrete structures. I also modified a bunch of pipes so they actually connect to the wall somehow. And now I duplicated the whole thing to the other side. Oh, let me change this. Sorry about that. It's a sound designer that I follow. He was crunching some cabbage to get some cool sounds. And now I kind of want to fill in some space here and see if we can like actually get the fencing. I want some kind of like military fence around this, trying to work on the outside. This entrance I'm not very happy with. It does feel very strange, to be honest. Not very happy with that one. Hey, almost on JPay. I'm making a sci-fi industrial environment, and these assets are from big, medium, small. This is an asset pack that I used for another project a long time ago, and I'm reusing it here to create something interesting. Let's see if we can push these assets to the other side. And just gonna connect them a little bit like this. And I think we might be able to get around with three of them, probably. It's very on the edge. Let's actually push it a little bit closer. To the center. I think it's very cool in there. Before we actually copy and push, we probably need to move this a little bit closer. I would like this to connect a little bit more. Is it like that, or? I see what I did here. Nope. Oops. Let's actually copy the whole thing. Yeah, I've used Dash before. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Dash for some reason. I do like some of its tools, but I'm not sure. I didn't have like a very good experience with Dash. Damn it, sorry. Am I getting all the props? There are not that many. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right here. Let's push it. Yeah, there's this other plugin called IA Scatter, which I like a little bit better. But again, these are things that you can do with PCG and with other tools. So the problem with Dash is that it's a subscription-based plugin, and I don't really it doesn't do anything like super unique, you know, like you can achieve all that Dash does with other tools that are not subscription based. So I'm like, Not sure if it's worth it. Maybe when I tried it, it was very new and it was very buggy. Maybe it's better now, but I had some issues with it. I was using it to create vines, and I was using it to spread cables around structures, and I was not really able to get the results I needed. I'm using nanite for most props. For these props that you see here, no. These props are very low poly, which causes some issues with ray tracing shadows. So I think I'm not gonna use nanite on them. Okay, these are floating. Oops. Okay, we need to push that a little bit. And I'm also, to be honest, I'm not like a big fan of plugins. For example, like Ultra Dynamic Sky and Ultra Volumetrics and stuff like that that I cannot achieve with any other tool, I'd rather use it. But Dash is just like a bunch of tools that I kind of just need to use one or two, and it's like I'm not sure. If it's worth it. Let's see. This entrance, definitely. I might get actually another module here. Make the entrance just this piece. Let's see. These pipes, I also want to connect them to the wall. Then we have this space here. Yeah, but the idea is pretty cool. It's just that I will say, I don't know, maybe 70% or maybe 80% of the things they offer are like very basic stuff that you can just do with other tools. Also inbuilt engine things, like for example the physics scatter thing, you can do it with the engine itself. You don't need any plugin for that. But yeah, there's a new pipe and cable tool that I think they sent me an email a couple of weeks ago. Okay, so and let's see. There are some other props here that I kind of need to work on. The scale of this is not super nice. It gets very... This is just totally disconnected. So it makes a little bit more sense. This could go around here. Okay. Yeah, let's finish with these props and then I will add the other ones. Let's not mix things too much. Getting 70, 80 frames per second, no, not bad. Yeah, this area doesn't really feel nice. We need more of that big pipes in here coming out, so it feels like part of the same thing. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna get a drink. Oh. But yeah, like I will be more than happy to pay for Dash as a one-time plugin. Like Errand Landscapes or whatever other thing. If it is one-time payment, I will definitely consider it. But the fact that it's subscription-based, I'm like, oof, I don't like subscription-based stuff. Because the reality is that I'm gonna use it for 1 week and that's it. That's the biggest problem I see with Dash. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if we can find some interesting connection here. Yeah, definitely. That's the biggest thing, to be honest. That I think that they might be able to make way more sales if they just do it one-time payment. They can even charge for newer updates once per year or every 6 months or something. But yeah, the subscription model, I think it really just pushes away a lot of people. And also, I mean, if you are working on a very big project and you are going to be using that for a whole year, right? It kind of makes sense, but at the same time, if you are in a big production and stuff, there are other tools that you could be using. So it's kind of like a that feels a little better. Now we have this thing here. And then they're selling these like AI asset organizing tool. I'm like, bro, like just make a folder. Come on, dude. I know how to organize my assets, dude. That was kind of funny too. That's just like a kind of like trying to add stuff that is not necessary instead of making the tools that are necessary better. They're focusing on just adding quantity, which is never a good thing. Okay, now that feels a little better. Is that a base? I I think there's a half price for the... Oh, there's a perpetual license. Oh, nice, nice. I didn't know. I thought it was only subscription based. That's nice. This is some kind of like industrial energy facility that goes into a research lab that then goes into a cryo chamber room. So there's a lot of rooms inside this thing. I'm just working on the outside for now. Okay, let's see. Another issue that I found was the collision with these things. I made so many of these. Just need to change the collision. Because I'm not sure if they changed that in Unreal 5.6, but when you modify a prop, it does not, with the modeling tools, it does not recalculate the collision. Maybe it was like that before, I'm not sure. Just gonna give it a quick complex collision, just so it doesn't get in the way. I wish I could do this with the property matrix tool, but for some reason collisions are a little different. There are some collision options, but I'm not sure if I can just change them all to complex. Okay. I made all these modifications because they were getting in the way of another staircase I had. Okay, I think now we can just save all of them. Let's check the collisions. I'm using the RPG engine, which is a survival shooter template, and I'm trying to make something kind of like a horror, but it's more suited for kind of like an action adventure, to be honest. So I wanna see. I'm thinking about making it like kind of like alien zombie shooter kind of thing. Maybe we can have some jump scares and some like scary areas. Okay, here I'm missing again some collisions. But yeah, I'm thinking. Okay, I think we played from inside a mesh. And it comes with like some enemy logic, and it has a bunch of little mechanics that I'm trying to implement and see how can I take advantage of them. Oh crap. Yeah, I can also just go Alt C and check the collisions, but it gets very heavy when I show all the collisions. I think we are good. This, to be honest, all of this was just decoration, but I kind of made it playable. Okay, I believe. Nice. It works. Oh, those tubes here blocking the view. Not very cool. Okay, that's kind of nice. We could probably dress this up a little bit, but let's actually finish with the industrial props. Yeah, this building, it's all separated in data layers. There's so much stuff going in there. It will be super awesome to connect these pipes together. I mean, let's actually try to do that. Let's see if I can achieve that 90-degree bend. To do that, I'm going to attributes, generate polygroups, find quads, and to do a little bend we need to add a bunch of loops, edge loops, so it bends very nicely. That'll be very cool. That way this pipe can go around. Like this. Let's go even. It bugs out when it comes to the selection. Probably we don't need anything there. Yeah, let's try this one. And see if we can bend that 90 degrees to connect there. Okay, let's check. Yeah, it's on modeling tools, modeling mode, deform, warp, and you go lower bound 0 to keep one side straight, the other one bent. It's being a little laggy. I'm not sure. This is not super high poly. I'm not sure why is it reacting like that. And then we try to find a 90-degree bend, but we might need to make it a little bit sharper. And I'm not able to see anything, so we're gonna push it a little bit like that, and we're gonna go to wrap, or is it warp? Warp, and then we're gonna get upper bound 0, and then we're gonna get this to be shorter, and we want the bend to happen right there. So we need more Then we need to cut this out so it does not get bent and stay straight. So in that case, we're gonna do this. We're gonna attributes, generate polygroups, find connected trees. We're gonna get rid of all these other details that are going to get deformed, and we don't want that. We're gonna delete all of that and just use the cylinder, and that cylinder we wanna match it with the other one because it already has the connection here. Mario, sci-fi, horror. Oh yeah. Yeah, more pipes and cables. That's the name of the game. Okay, I wanna select all of that. Not this. Delete that. Okay. And I wanna make sure that we have enough edge loops so we can connect this thing. Yeah, I'm finally working on the outside of the building, and I still want to add like a military fence around it, and I think we are almost done with the building. Okay, so attributes, generate polygroups. We're gonna get again quads. And let's see if we have enough edge loops to actually bend it here. Yep, let's add a couple more, and I think it's gonna bend very nice. We need another one here, and we should be able to get a 90-degree bend. Somewhere around here. Insert edge loop. Okay, cool. I think that's probably good enough. Not sure why it takes so long to perform these changes. It's not. There's not a lot of geometry here. It's not so dense. Maybe because, yeah, maybe that little details there. Okay, so now we're going to again deform bar how is it called, barb, and here we're gonna try to find the sweet spot here. Yeah, you want to keep it, there you go, straight here, and the bend starts there, and we're gonna see if we can find that 90-degree cut. Actually, why don't, maybe if we do 360 and then we just find this, the place where we need to cut, I think that's a better angle. That way we ensure that it's 90 degrees. Yeah, let's go with that. Any scrapping Quixel in last year? I add all the assets in Quixel for me. I have multiple good items free. I mean, Epic Games gave all the assets for free. I mean, to be honest, it was a little funny, people trying to get all those assets, because I knew Epic Games was going to give them anyways. People using scripts and all this stuff. We're gonna make that straight. Cool, I think we got the 90-degree bend. Now, is it gonna match? Maybe not. Wow, does get stuck a little. Well, it kind of works. We're gonna push it a little bit here. The thing is that when Fab came out, they moved all the Quixel Megascans from Quixel to the Fab store, right? And everybody got scared, like, are we gonna lose access to the Megascans? Like, we need to download all of them. And like Epic Games was not very clear with what was going to happen, so a lot of people started downloading all of them, and they were making scripts to get them from the website and stuff. And then Unreal Engine just released a small little button that you can just press and add all the free Quixel Megascans to your library. So oh, what the hell is this? Oh, it's scaled. So yeah, basically you just needed to claim them. They gave like I don't know how much time to claim all the free stuff, but it was just one click, and now they're on the library, so there's no problem. Yeah. People just freaked out about it. I knew it was not going to be a big deal, so I didn't like use any script or anything to get those. Yeah, that's the thing. To be honest, like, yeah, to be honest, building stuff with Quixel Megascans, it's nice, but it also requires a lot of work to put stuff together. It's very hard to make sense of all those assets and use them in a kind of like a coherent kind of way. Good thing that you now they're giving away the whole scenes where you have them all placed together, which is very nice because you see how actually they use their own assets. And that's probably what I will do, like get one of those Quixel Megascan scenes and modify it. Yeah, if you just start it out, don't worry about it too much. I will just pay attention to the free assets that Unreal gives every two weeks, and you will build your library very quickly, and you will have like more than enough to build stuff. If you really need something specific from the Quixel, you can always go and get it. It's like $1. So that's not that bad, because it's not like all the Quixel assets were given for free. There was a selection of them, and then other ones you still need to buy them. Hey, Alex, what's a map? Dust Industrial. This is some kind of industrial facility, some kind of like energy facility in the desert. And inside of it, there's a bunch of rooms that lead into a research facility where there are aliens in there. And there's downstairs, I mean, you take an elevator down and there's a cryo chamber room where scientists are making experiments on aliens. So that's what I got going on here. Yeah, don't worry too much. Don't worry too much about it. You will be able to build your library very soon. And to be honest, like, it's not like you're gonna use most of it anyways. It's like it's very specific to your project needs. Is Dust 2 future? I haven't checked that game, but definitely gonna look at it. I'm just gonna push these things a little bit closer here. And we got that loop going on, which is super nice. It will be nice to get some sand on top of this, since there is like a strong sandstorm. It will make a lot of sense to get some sand on top of this structure. That will integrate the whole thing together a little bit better. Okay, so we got most of it. These pipes, we can probably connect them. Oh, no. We got a crash. Almost. Okay. So yeah, I think probably we can set dress a little bit the outside of these. Just very quickly. There are so many cool props that I could use, but here I want to keep it more like, where is it? Set dressing, Okay, here we got some very cool stuff to just fill in the space. Gonna drop some of those things in there. Those are cool. These are cool props to add more depth. These are not going to be functional, but I think that might look very cool. If we had stuff like that and stuff like this. fake doors. Always nice. This is huge. And we got a bunch of little lamps, little things like that. These grills are always very cool. And then we have these other ones that I haven't used too much outside, but we could probably add some of that. They are a little bit, the pivot point on these ones is a little bit strange, so we're gonna adjust that a little bit. Just want to snap it to the wall. Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure if this game is gonna run on a 2000 card. I mean, you can always go and put it on low settings. It's gonna look like this. No, I'm joking, but yeah, I'm not sure if this is gonna low on lower end. It might not run on lower end computers. I'm using a 3080 right now, which is not the strongest thing, but yeah, I get this question a lot, like, is this gonna run on lower end computers? And the answer is yes, but it's gonna look terrible, and that's not the purpose of this project. This project is very graphically intense, so unfortunately it's not really gonna look nice on lower end computers. I would like it to make it playable, at least, but definitely, you know, it's not gonna look very hot. I'm not sure, to be honest, how to test for lower end computers. I guess making a build and testing it on like a laptop or something, or kind of like if you have a friend who has a lower end computer, maybe test it on that computer. Yeah, but the problem with this project is that it's heavily reliant on nanite and ray tracing, and if you don't have an NVIDIA card, it's probably not gonna work. That's the problem. Maybe an NVIDIA 2000. I think it should be able to run this thing. I think it should be able. Maybe with like lower settings. But yeah. Nowadays, most people, I don't want to generalize or anything, but most people have a good GPU. People who play like 3D games, they usually have like a 3000. So I think it should be fine for most people. But it will be nice to test it out, to be honest. Oops. Stuff is getting very heavy. You mean the props? This is big, medium, small. Big, medium, small industrial props. some very cool stuff. Unfortunately, not all of it is scaled properly, and you get these floating stairs and a bunch of things that I would like to get working. I think this was probably designed for cinematic purposes, for kind of like a set dressing faraway props. It's very low poly. I need to recognize that. The assets are very low poly, and that's very awesome, but not all of them are functional when it comes to scale. Especially talking about handrails and stairs. Okay, cool. Just trying to fill in some gaps in here. Wow. Just going Control C takes a lot of time. I think we might need to reset the scene. It doesn't really make sense to have this here. We don't want to really block the view too much. Diesel punk, that's cool. Yeah, I'm mixing a couple of different things. It's gonna be very like industrial like this outside, but inside it's also gonna be like this, and then it goes into a research lab, which is gonna look totally different, and then it goes into a high-tech sci-fi, and I'm trying to mix these things and see if I can find that sweet spot where things come together. Yeah, the inside of this is it's very crazy. Oh, I missed here a little bit with this thing. Let's see if we can push it. Wow, that's so much stuff. The cool thing is that I'm using data layers, so I'm just gonna unload and load things. So for example, when you get inside the building, that moves this one. Okay. So when you go inside the building, you're gonna unload all of these outside props. Yeah, we need to connect those. They look a little bit off. Yeah, I'm. That's what I really like kit bashing stuff and trying to merge things and make it make sense. Like when it's not visible, unloaded. I'm not sure what the correct term is for that. It does it does it automatically, but you get this thing, right? You see those beautiful mountains in very far away. You play from here, and they are spatially loaded, meaning that if you are not inside the cell, the grid, they get unloaded. So you get this, they disappear. There are multiple ways to fix this issue, and those are data layers, and you can like tell the world partition what you want to load, what you want to unload, what the distance is, how you want to deal with it, and that's where things get very interesting when you're dealing with environments like this. Oh, I just realized this is not placed in the right stuff. So it does it automatically, but it's it's not exactly what you will want. So you need to definitely play with the configuration. You can have it especially loaded unchecked, so it's gonna be always loaded, but again you're gonna have like a huge nanite landscape loaded, which is not that bad because nanite, when it's very far away, it goes very low poly, and that's probably the solution I'm gonna have for the landscape. But landscapes cannot be part of data layers. You cannot put it inside a data layer. So if I go inside, I will always have the desert loaded outside, which is I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have that. I need to test it. Might work. It's called occlusion calling when something is behind, example, a bigger object, or when you are inside the other things are behind inner walls. Yeah. Let's say it Unreal handles most of it automatically, but it's not always gonna give you the best visual result. You're gonna have stuff popping up, popping off, and you're gonna have stuff disappearing where you don't really want it to disappear. So there's where you need to go in and really make it work as you would like to. But yeah, there's a lot of tricks going behind the hood to make this run in real time. It's getting every time more friendly, more, let's say, easier to deal with bigger scenes, bigger geometry. But yeah, there's also a lot of tricks that I will need to use to make that transition like seamless. You know, foliage, it kind of like works with this kind of like occlusion thing. So you have this foliage popping off and popping on all the time, and you're able to change the distances on which that works. But the cool thing about data layers is that you can really control it. You can tell Unreal, this is the desert town is gonna be inside a data layer, and if I get far away from this distance, it's gonna swap that mesh into a super lower version that looks very nice from that distance. But when I get closer, it loads the real desert town. And if you do that properly, you should achieve a seamless visual experience where you don't get to see things popping on and off, which is not easy by any chance, but by any means. But that's the goal, to achieve that transition. Oh, I forgot I was going to have stairs going up there. Oh, yeah, we need to see where I'm going to add those. Yeah, initially this project started as a kind of like a, let's call it like a tech demo, kind of like I wanted to see how far can I push the level of detail in the environment before my computer crashes. And then I was like, oh, let's just add some logic using this template, how do you call it, the RPG engine. And yeah, it went from there. I initially wanted to just make like a walking simulator. Like I've seen people doing that, like just make a very, very beautiful environment that you can get to explore. But then I said, we probably can push it a little bit and actually add some enemies, add some story, make it something more interactable. Yeah, this is a huge space. Probably gonna have some of these a little bit more spread apart. This could work very nice for maybe like a night mission, the outside, where you need to like snipe some enemies. That would be very cool. So here the landscape is being unloaded because it's in the distance. Let's check if I'm actually able to push it. Okay, let's see if Nanite actually lets me do that. We're gonna grab all the landscape and we're gonna go spatially loaded, and we're gonna uncheck spatially loaded, meaning that it's not going to be loaded based on the character position. It's always gonna be loaded no matter how far it is from the character, from the player. And hopefully those triangles that are very far away are going to be very low poly. Because the idea of Nanite is to reduce the amount of triangles based on distance. So we should get just a nice silhouette, but it should be very, very performant. That's the whole idea. It's gonna take a little bit because the landscape is a little bit big, but let's test this out. Yeah, this building is too big. Oh my god. Hey, we got another person joining the Discord. Let's check it out. Yeah, I need to post a little bit more on the Discord. There's a bunch of cool stuff that I find in the internet. I found this alien isolation state tree logic tutorial, and then there's this other game that I found very interesting. Stuff like that. Very, very cool stuff. I also want to start making like little short videos, kind of like just showcasing what I did on the day. so I can go back and see them and get like the outcome of each stream on a single shorts video. I think that will be very cool to see the progress. Yeah, sorry, this takes a little bit of time to process. So yeah, I think hopefully today we might be able to get most of the outside of this area. The other areas are pretty good. So I think I should be able to start actually working on the logic, on the story, everything. That's not the environment I've been doing. World building, kit bashing, just too much. It's time to actually work on the game. I mean, the environment is like a very big part of it, but at the end of the day, we're trying to make something interactive, and that's the thing. I got this water. We got swimming on the template, so I wanna play with water a lot. So having rooms where they're flooded with water and you need to drain the water, or maybe you need to rise the water level to get to a higher place. That could be interesting. Okay, let's see if it changes frame rate. Yeah, we're getting about 65, almost 70. It's just very little to change. I think that's probably the way I'm gonna have it. So if we go to wireframe mode, then we go F8 and then wireframe. Oh, I cannot do wireframe from here? Huh. That's interesting. If you're on F8, it doesn't allow you to go into wireframe. I wanted to see the triangles from the mountains getting bigger and smaller. I think we might be able to see it here. If I go close to that with C. No. Yeah, I was able to look to check this out. I don't remember how. If we push it away, I forgot how to. But anyways, yeah, we also added a bunch of stuff. Again, these are very low poly props, to be honest. Let's check. Okay, yeah, now we can see the environment. Yeah, it's not running bad. 60, 70. No, I don't see any change in frame rate. So we're gonna keep it loaded. No visual difference at all. That's very impressive. Wow, I would really love to add like a jetpack. Oh, we're gonna crash. Ah, it was preloading the Niagara effects. yeah, every time we do like some animation and stuff, just gonna preload it. These props, oh, you see that those shadows, those are ray trace shadows on a nanite mesh. That's because this is nanite, and it's kind of like a low poly. It's getting the shadows from the low poly version, so you get that very weird shadows. When the props are not very high poly, it doesn't really make sense to make them nanite, to be honest. Nanite works very good for high poly meshes, but for very optimized low poly, it really doesn't make any change. As long as I understand, it might even cause performance issues and visual bugs. So, yep, no change in frame rate right there, and we are not doing anything, so it's okay. Alright, again, these ones should not be nanite, because we get that ugly shadow. Oh, no. No collision on that one. Alright, so that's very cool. Let's see. Hey, I'm making a industrial facility. Is this super industrial facility here? And I'm trying to set dress a little bit the outside of the building. Inside the building I have a bunch of other rooms and stuff. So I think we should probably add a little bit more detail here. And the top floor, we could probably add a little staircase that goes up. It's nice to make the whole thing kind of like interactable. I mean, playable. I mean, traversable. So yeah, let's just copy a bunch of props and see if we can fill in some space. The story is very rough for now. I don't have much of a story for now. So this is basically a planet where humans came to colonize and look for resources. So there are like alien species native to this planet, and basically the humans are the bad guys in this story. So you need to you actually find out that you are the bad guy, and you came here to just you know, take advantage of this alien race and their population and stuff. So you decide to change sites and help them out, because the humans here are experimenting with aliens on implanting like chips in their brains, like your kind of like Elon Musk kind of thing, and they want to turn them into like bio weapons to fight for the rest of the land, and use them as bio soldiers, something like that. so yeah, you come here and then you start realizing that's the thing, and you get the mission to come into the biolab where they are kind of like experimenting with these aliens, and you get to destroy this thing. That's kind of like what I have in mind so far. I do have some stuff written, but I don't really want to go too much into detail. I made a build a couple of days ago and it was almost 7 gigabytes. I'm trying to keep it under 10. Trying to keep it under 10 for this area. So this is I'm trying to focus only on this stuff. There might be a crash site and there might be a desert town, but I'm thinking maybe I can just get away with making a some kind of like comic style to tell the story. So maybe those parts are not going to be part of the playable game, but just I'm gonna get some cool renders and kind of tell the story. But the main gameplay is gonna happen here. You need to infiltrate into this facility, and you need to destroy the cryo chamber room, which is is deep in here, inside this building. It's there's a lot of room, so I want to add some mechanics to it using the RPG template. So it comes with a bunch of logic and bunch of things that I want to add. There's swimming, there's toxic gas, and a lot of things that I could implement to make it a little bit more interesting. And I want to see if I can get at least like I mean, an hour of gameplay will be very good, but at least 45 minutes, that will be very, very cool. Hey Cello, how is it going? You said survival style game, you mean vampire survival gameplay style? No, this is like a RPG shooter survival template. So you basically can craft items, modify weapons. You have your water and food kind of. You can get hungry and thirsty and stuff, and if you don't feed yourself, you basically die. And then there's some basic combat. It's more like a shooter game, so I want to make it like a little bit like a horror game, but I'm thinking it kind of like works better for some kind of like zombie alien game where you get to kind of like kill a lot of enemies. I kind of want to make them more, what's the word, I want to make them a little stronger, so each fight is more interesting and a little bit longer than just a kind of like one shot. But I'm still debating what should I do. I appreciate it, Zell. A new Dune game. It does have a lot of mechanics similar to Dune, and there's also base building coming up and chaos destruction, but I'm not gonna use all the mechanics. I'm gonna try to use what I think it makes more sense and try to tell a small story. And it's also a co-op multiplayer template, so I could make it co-op, but that just really also complicates things when it comes to like you know, the game logic, not so much the blueprinting side of things, because we have most of that already made. I just need to replicate all the other things that I am adding to it, which I don't think is gonna be so hard based on the logic that I already have. But I think it might work better for a solo game. I appreciate the follow. So yeah, that's kind of like the goal. Right now I'm just working on the outside stuff, and I kind of want to show the interiors and stuff, but we need to do some cleaning before that. We need to add everything to a data layer. Let's actually do it, because we will need to do it anyways. So all these little props that I have here, which are not that many to be honest, I'm very happy with how data layers work. They kind of, if you copy paste something that is already existing in a data layer, it puts it in that data layer, so it's a little bit nice. But all of this goes to the outside layer, and that's gonna be unloaded once we get into the rooms. And I want to add a little military fence and some military trucks, and for the outside kind of thing, some cool lights and stuff like that. Oh, just need to be careful not to move anything. How many years of experience do you have in Unreal Engine 5? I started using Unreal in 2020 when it was Unreal 4.25. So I have around 5 years of experience. I'm a 3D generalist, so I've been using Unreal for visual purposes, mainly doing kit bashing environments and making renders and stuff like that. But I decided to try making a interactable experience. I've done a couple mini games using blueprints and following tutorials from UEFN games. I made this spaceship fly, and you can board it and land it. That was very cool. And then I took a course from them, and I made a top-down action adventure kind of game, kind of super simple, but that was very cool. And then I tried to make something similar to this using another template, a little bit more more basic template, but I mixed it with the advanced locomotion system and the action adventure locomotion template, and it just got very messy. And I decided to put that project away. But it's kind of fun because I'm kind of like remaking some of the ideas I had in this one. Have you already released a game, or this will be your first? I haven't released any games. I worked for I have worked with couple indie I worked with an indie studio in Germany, and I worked with other game developers, but none of them have released their games yet, so it kind of sucks. So I'm not able to show stuff that I've done, and I've done a lot of blocking out, which is things that might not, you might not be able to see exactly on the end product. But hopefully I will get to release a small demo, small experience for this. And also I got another project that I'm working with a friend. It's a very tiny little game, and hopefully that will be also nice. About the asset optimizations, did you use Unreal Engine Auto LOD's feature, Nanite, or did you LOD yourself? Because it's better to build the assets from start for optimization. No, I'm not using LODs. I'm using Nanite for everything. I'm not using levels of detail. I'm not a big fan of levels of detail. So it's all Nanite. Some props are very low poly and they don't need Nanite. But no, I'm not using your typical LOD hierarchy. Yeah, these props look very high poly, but they're not. They're actually very low poly. These industrial props. So let's try this out. We have the outside, and then we're gonna. I wanna try this thing. We're just gonna data layers are kind of interesting because you can like make them visible, invisible. You can check them, uncheck them, then you can unload them, load them, or activate them. So it's a little confusing, to be honest. So I want to see if I can just check them all, but keep them unloaded, because the idea is that when you open the door, you load the next room and you unload what's behind. So that's kind of like the system I'm working with to keep the performance working. Want to give it a try to see how to see if it works. Now I just turn on all the data layers, which is hopefully it doesn't crash. Yes, I'm a 3D generalist. I went to university to learn 3D animation. So that's what I do best. Okay, let's check this out. This is all unloaded. The outside is activated. Okay, let's see if it actually allows us to play. For the programming, the logic of the game, I'm using blueprints, and I'm using the RPG template, which is a template that comes with a bunch of logic. So here we have only the outside loaded. I'm getting around 60 frames per second, almost 70. Okay. Trying to preload a little bit the animations and the things. Every time you do something for the first time, it kind of gets stuck for a second. There's a frame drop just because it's loading some stuff. It works way better on the build. When you build the game, it's just it does magic, like seriously. In the editor, it's always gonna be a little bit more, a little bit slower. So here the idea is that when I come to this door and I press F, it's gonna load what's inside and it's gonna unload what's behind. But I forgot one thing. The lighting inside works better with this preset, Sand Dust. Yeah. Yeah. Because this modifies the exposure and the volume fog and a lot of things, so we need to use this preset for the interior lighting to work properly. So we come here, getting around 60, dropping to 30, but kind of playable, meaning that in the editor it's gonna work a little better. I'm using a 3080 NVIDIA Ryzen 9 processor and a bunch of RAM. It's like a very good computer, but not the strongest. So here you get into the building, and once you come in, it unloads the whole area outside. We're getting very bad frame rates right now. I hope it's not because I made the landscape Spatially loaded. Okay. Okay, now we got back, yeah. Okay, it's working very nice. We are getting some frame drops here and there, because the enemies are not very optimized. These models are a little bit heavy, to be honest. And the textures on these weapons are also a little bit heavy. I also need to get a railing for the door to slide on. I made these doors to open super slowly, so you don't see to get the loading behind the door. Sometimes it works, sometimes it's not. Top level, not the average gamer setup. No, not the average gamer setup. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure. You might be able to run this game in an NVIDIA 2000, but with low graphic settings, and it's not gonna look very hot, to be honest. So that's the thing, to be honest. It's a very graphically intense game, so that's the problem. Here we unload area 1 and load area 3. And sometimes in the editor it does take a while to load. I need to make a build and make sure this is working properly. There you go. Wow, that took a while to load. I can also break these data layers into smaller chunks, so you don't. Yeah, the loading speeds are going to be way faster. No, I'm using the RPG template. It's a blueprint-based project, and I'm building on top of that. Okay, getting some frame drops. Kind of want to make a laser gun so you can charge it, and like that'll be super cool. Yeah, especially when the Niagara effects are displayed for the first time, you get some frame drops right there. Definitely need to optimize the enemies. Enemies are very laggy. I really like this room. Yeah, got some basic stuff, and well, I wanna make some puzzles in here. Nothing too crazy. Wanna play with water a lot, like get the water level to go up, go down. Go into very tight kind of like corridors where you need to go underwater and find water air pockets. That'll be very cool. These fake doors, that's funny. Just make the whole thing look bigger. And here we're gonna open the next door. It's gonna unload the room behind us, not the one that we're currently in. Okay, that door blueprint is it's not working very nice. Need to check that out. And here, this is supposed to load the next room, but we are getting big delays. Very big delays. I don't believe LODs are better than nanite, like old school LODs. No, I don't believe old school LODs are better. to be honest, in my experience, it's just too much work, and you get a lot of visual artifacts, and nanite is just it's so nice, so simple. Again, you cannot expect to load this whole thing in at once. You cannot go crazy like that. Nanite is not a one-click solution. That's why you need to use nanite with world partition data layers and just load as little as possible. That's kind of like my advice on it. I don't really like LODs because you get a lot of artifacts, like visual artifacts changing from lower LODs to higher LODs, and I just don't really like that. Blueprints for animation and UI. For animation, yeah, for animation, I think if you wanna learn animation in Unreal, you should learn the GASP animation template by Epic Games. That's kind of like the motion matching, like that's kind of like the latest and hottest thing, and it's very complex. It's super complex, but I think that's probably the future of locomotion. Again, it's something experimental and it's going to change a lot. Okay, this guy got me. Yeah, enemies are very buggy. Nav mesh is not working properly. There's a lot of work to be done. That's what I'm just trying to finish the environment, make sure that it runs, that I'm getting like decent frame rate, and then I'm going to go full into logic, just trying to make things work as good as possible. And for UI, yeah, I'm not sure if I know anybody specialized in UI. Oh, there's a little gap right there. So yeah, these rooms, there's a lot of rooms and you can really go very quick from one to the other. That's why I want some puzzles and some cool mechanics. Oh no, I got stuck. But yeah, probably if you look in YouTube, there should be... Oh my god, this guy just shooting me from nowhere. I need to be careful with the spawn, because yeah, there's a lot of little things. From here on, the nav mesh just didn't it stopped working. I know very little about blueprints. This is based on a template. Those are a little bit buggy. Now the nav mesh decided to work again. Yeah, that's some freaky stuff right there. I really don't understand the nav mesh recast, like why? It gives me a different result every single time. I cannot replicate it. It's just every time is different. I don't really know what's going on. That's gonna be very interesting to learn about, because every single time it works differently. Also in the build, like sometimes I make a build and it works super awesome. Sometimes it just doesn't. Sometimes some rooms work, some others don't. I have no clue. So these rooms are going to be like for reload. I'm gonna get ammo here and stuff like that. Here I need to make some kind of ladder so I can go to the second floor. how do you implement your triggers? For new mesh, press P and the new mesh path. I don't know if you do this. We got some mesh splines. How do you call it? AI splines where the AI follows. Oh my god, I'm getting terrible frame rate. Let's give it a second so it breathes a little. But mostly they're just patrolling around. Okay. Like, hey, what's up, dude? So we have this other thing that you can like go through the wall. It's a very, very fast animation. I want to make it a little slower. It's too snappy. Yeah, it's gonna be so much work to polish this thing, do like a decent state. When you trigger the door, you implemented this. No, this is all part of the template. I just made it so you load and unload data layers through the door. I can show you the logic. It's a couple of nodes. I'm just making a little test to see if I can load the rooms and see how much delay I get. But I'll show you the logic on how to load and unload stuff. This one, it's a very heavy layer, and I'm getting too much delay. I think I'm gonna make a little build and test and see if I'm getting this delay on the build, because last time I checked, it was automatic. Like, you open the door and the door takes around 4 seconds, 5 to open, and it loads. But now it's taking forever to load. Oops. Sometimes it bugs out. Okay, we're getting some. There we go. Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't want to do it the first time, which is very bad. Okay. We don't want this to happen on the build. There is another node that I can add that basically, I think Batman Arkham Asylum uses something similar, where there's a scanner on the door and it's just scanning your face until the data layer is loaded. You cannot open the door. So there's a node that is finished loaded. It kind of like tells the blueprint, I finished loading, and then you can actually open the door. I need to implement that thing, because imagine like opening a door and like not looking at anything, or even worse, just falling into the void. This AI, it's not gonna work very well in this room, because I changed it, and the fog also looks a little different, but it's okay. Let's just test the data layers. Maybe the speed of the opening door depends on the frame rate. Yeah, I think I want to make it so there's like a scanner or something, so it delays the player and it makes it look interesting and cool until you get everything loaded, and then it's like, okay, access approved or something, and then you go into it, so you don't have this issue. And here, when you go through that door, I want to make it so you load the outside again. For here, I need a dot product that recognizes what direction I'm going. So if I go in, I load the inside. If I go out, I load the outside. I haven't gotten to that point, but that'll be very cool. So you can activate and deactivate data layers based on the direction of the player. Okay, let's see if we can get to the elevator. I'm getting lost in my own map. Okay, there you go. These little tiny doors, I think I want to change them for the thicker doors. And we have a flashlight, but I haven't brought the flashlight. Let's actually see if we can bring the flashlight. Here, right here. And the fog looks a little different because I need to activate a console command that makes the fog look a little bit more dense. But I'm not sure if I'm gonna use that because that's not very good for performance. The local fog console command. The flashlight looks pretty nice. It needs a light function to give some texture to the light, your typical flashlight texture. And it looks very nice without the fog. It's just that the volumetric scattering on the flashlight was too big. I need to probably push that out. I mean change that, because it was just like a spray, like spray paint kind of thing. It looked very bad. So here it will be super awesome to have trigger boxes where you walk through here and a alien just falls from the from the ceiling. That'll be very cool. Yeah, I think all the aliens that I had here got out at the beginning. This prop is very low poly. I think I'm gonna change that. That looks very strange. I don't like these things hanging there. I'm gonna change that for sure. This gun is actually very hard, very strong. I modified it so the bullets do a lot of damage. This is supposed to trigger. Oh, okay, I need to change that one. This is probably. This is supposed to be placed on the ceiling, not on the floor. So the logic is it's flipped. So here, okay, this is the data layer that is causing the most problems. Here, if I press E, it goes down and unloads that. We're gonna have a door so you don't get to see that. And then it loads the biggest data layer in the whole level, which is massive. And I'm having issues with this data layer. It just takes a lot of time to load. And I think it's bugged because I'm not getting any frame rate, any frame drops. So we're gonna go up again, and also the elevator is kind of funky. This is some retargeting LOD issues. There's so much problems with this. I got a list of things I want to fix. Okay, let's try it again. So I want to see if this actually works on the build or not. There you go, loaded. Yeah, some data layers, they get stuck and you need to kind of like open the door twice, which is not very nice, to be honest. I want to see how that works in the actual build. Okay, we got a little little space there. So here I got this super cool eggs. And this is the heaviest room. This is so much stuff. We got some issues with the capsule component getting stuck in the stairs. I'm almost positive it has to do with the capsule component and not the collisions from the staircase. Getting barely 30. Yeah, if I make this room run at 60, I mean, that will be such an accomplishment. That will be such an accomplishment because it just has too much stuff. Water, glass, more water, a lot of enemies. Wow, this is such a cool scene. I can just put the camera here and have a coffee or something. That's some toxic heavy water. And actually we're running out of water. We're getting thirsty, and when that runs off, we actually gonna start getting damage, and I have no water placed on the scene. So that's kind of cool. So here I'm trying to mix a little bit the industrial props with the high-tech sci-fi. I need to make a test and see if I get better frame rate if I make the landscape spatially loaded. I'm not sure if it is the landscape, because I believe if we get out of here, yeah, the landscape is loaded. That's not good. It's just too much stuff. But still, I'm getting yeah, I need to test that one out. I might be able to change that in the blueprints. I don't want to see if I can do that actually. Change from spatially loaded to non-spatially loaded. That'll be very cool. But it also takes... No, I don't think that's possible in real time. So yeah, these bugs, like, they kind of like go after you, but they don't do much. They do hit hard, but I really wanna see. Oops, we got stuck here. Huh. The less bugs I have, the better performance I get. Yeah, these characters are very heavy. Okay, we ran out of water. We're getting damage. It's like, oh, I'm thirsty. No. Oh, no. Oh. That ragdoll is super funny. But that's what we got so far. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I think it's the enemies. It might be this egg that is just fucking, like, lagging the whole thing. Probably. We have this floating prop right there. Oops, I need to place that one. Definitely need to optimize those enemies. This one is part of this industrial area. We're gonna put it into the cryo chamber room. Nice. Oh, let's make it slower. There's not much room for this, to be honest. I'm gonna put it somewhere around there. This prop really feels out of place. Oh, wait, what? Oh, no, 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 no. Don't tell me that I messed up. Oh. Oof. My catwalks. Oh my god, no. No. I think I deleted them. Oh shit. No. That was so much work. Oh crap. Oh my god. No. Oh no. And I didn't make a merge version. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Damn it, that's very sad. I had this super cool catwalk going up. Oh no. Oh my god. And I think I had, yeah, I put that inside a folder when I was working on the outside stuff, and I deleted it thinking that it was not in that folder. Oh crap, that's very bad. I see all the assets here. Okay, that's good. Is this some world partition funky stuff? Hopefully. I think they're just unloaded. Let me just check this out, because it will be very very sad if I lost that one. Wow, it took me hours to do that staircase. It looks very simple, but actually it was a lot of work. Oh my god, I see it's unloaded. Hopefully it's just unloaded. Please. Wait. I always forget to activate the data layer that I need. All of those are going to be unloaded. Okay. It might be just some world partition stuff. Because I see the assets in the content browser. I mean in the outliner. Oh wow. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Oof, this data, this world partition always gives me these surprises. Oh my god, yeah, this stuff, I spent hours building this staircase. I was just like, oh no. Okay, yeah, everything's good. Oof, I got scared for a second. I was like, oh my god, that's too much work. But yeah, I think we got some progress. Oh, okay, that's another ability to kind of like search for items and stuff. That's the stealth ability that I'm not sure if I'm gonna have. Is it like this? Oh crap. The nav mesh ends here, so he cannot enter. That's kind of ridiculous. It's funny because like these grenades, like I mean, like they do a lot of damage to me, but not to the enemies. Maybe there's some socket that I placed wrong. And yeah, I think the enemies are causing the performance problems here. It's running not that bad. I'm using the gasp animation template. Well, I'm using the RPG template for this project, which uses the gasp animation template. It's called the motion matching template, and you can download it for free under the Unreal Engine sample projects. And there's a lot of tutorials on how to implement that to your game. It's complex. Definitely, it's not something I know how to use. But definitely give it a check. That's how you get like. Unfortunately, the camera is a little bit very high up. I changed the camera a little bit so you don't get to see a lot of the motion. I kind of want to put a little bit back. Yeah, that's how you get this kind of motion. And there's a lot of tutorials showing how can you implement it with other animation like shooting guns and like animation layers, so you can like have the upper body do other things and stuff like that. Very, very complex stuff, to be honest, but it's definitely worth it if you wanna get into the specifics. Okay, well, it's time to have some food and take it easy. We got some cool progress today. I will be I will continue with the exterior area just to finish up the exterior, and I believe, yeah, we have most of it. To start with the logic side of things. Okay, oops. That's a funny song. Yeah, it's a funny video right there. Okay, let me just check here. It's unloaded and unloaded, and this is also, let's just unload it. Deactivate that, I mean uncheck that, and let's go back to the outside. And let's activate the outside. Initially visible, initially loaded. So this is the editor. Initially visible means that when actors associated with the data layer should be initially visible in the viewport when loading the map. Ah, this is what makes things take forever when you open the project. Initially loaded determines the default value of the data layer loaded state in the editor if it hasn't been changed in the data layer outliner by the user. Okay, it's initially loaded. That means that it's gonna be here. Yeah, this is a little confusing, but all I wanna see is that the scene loads faster when I open the project. Okay, we're gonna get a little military fence around, a little bit more set dressing like this around this area, and then we can finish it up with the top level, just adding again more of this stuff here. Boop, 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 boop. And I think that's gonna be the outside of this. Then we can probably merge some of this and optimize a little bit. But for now, I'm just going to also uncheck that, and that's going to be it for now. So let's leave it here. So thank you so much for watching, and I will see you on the next one. Take care, everybody.